All right, had to call a schedule audible today. My stream PC is fried, so we're doing this on the gaming PC. There might be some issues as a result of it. For instance, sound effects aren't going to work. Bot's not going to work in general. And my life slip timer is already dead. Let me try reload. Game's going to just have me running this event over and over, I think. Are going to look at the Reddit upgrades at some point this stream, but give me a minute to get back in the swing of things here. Oh, is it rough on this track? Oh, this track. Cool. Fortunately, my performance doesn't matter. Because nothing matters. Only time. Maybe the computer will be just as bad at it, or maybe they won't because they're bad at utilizing it, right? Great start, great start. Hey Bucky, how you doing? Did I ever get an opportunity to overtake? Not a lot of room on the track here. I'm surprised they even like allow some of these tracks when they're kind of inappropriate for that car, you know? Counts as an overtake. Not for long though. Beautiful sound this car is making here. Playing Burnout now. All right. That was a race. Decent test. Audio balance, mic balance was okay during that. All the same hardware, just on a different machine, so I haven't had a chance to test it too much. Okay, cool.
Today, you'll revisit the spectacular peaks and smooth blacktop of Camino Viejo de Montserrat.
Cool. Championship. Fuck. Trying to learn to actually read this. I'll do this for like an hour and then we can go into the upgrade menu. I hate to sound so negative about the upgrade system. Like, I'm not like denying anyone's reality. Like, I'm sure people go into the menu and they notice a difference in their car, but it's I haven't yet articulated why I dislike its existence in the game. It's like, it feels like it's got all of the pinnings of a non-functional cosmetic system, which is fine. Like, you know, I'll see a cosmetic system in a game and be like, oh, okay, I can see why someone would engage with that. But then it actually has mechanical impacts. It's like if the character creator in Dark Souls, there were weird specific quests in the game that cared about where you put certain sliders. But not even that, right? Because that would still be a game potentially. Instead, it's like there's like a 1% increased chance for something to happen that's otherwise already pretty likely to happen. That's not a great start. Let's start that over. Keeping my car stuck on other cars, and then I think the game deliberately becomes unresponsive when that happens. But I'm thinking I'm like, my controller is disconnecting. I get to use the car more now, which is nice. I get that as the pitch. I don't know. It feels like it's there because, you know, gearheads want to mess around with the inside of their car. It's a fun thing to do. But the things you did to mess around with the inside of your car aren't actually visible on the outside of the car. So to make you feel the benefit of all of the tinkering you did, we need to make it affect the mechanics of the game. But then we also have a button that just does that in a way that's good enough. But people who aren't playing the game or abstractly being like, oh, well, you know, imagine that you had this kind of race, and this kind of race required this kind of thing. And so you'd go in and tweak your car so that, you know, it has this stat because it's better for that course. And it's like, but that doesn't happen in the game ever. And it seems like it's never necessary to do well in the courses as they're randomly given to you. It could just be that the sin here is auto upgrade or quick upgrade, that should never have been added. That if it's supposed to be core to the experience of playing these games, then they should not let you auto upgrade. It's big of a sin as like unlimited respec or fast travel or whatever, right? Whoa, that was funny. Yeah. There is no core experience. So we've gone for the broadest experience possible. I guess the thing that's very easy to conflate is, like, I can understand a stat point system, right, where you have a bunch of stats that interact and subtract from each other, right? It's like, okay, put points into handling, take points away from speed. Having like a point by budget. But I feel like that level of abstraction is fine, because I assume, you know, I get that the simulation's robust, but a decent number of those upgrades have to just be math, right? It has to be secretly this gives you +2 handling, and +2 handling means this globally. Like I believe that there are, like, okay, there's handling on the top end, handling on the bottom, there's handling when the weight is shifting from one side to the other, right? You can break it down into a bunch of substats, but the inside of the car is not literally being simulated, and the things you're buying are not literally interacting with each other. And I guess you can have like a shop menu or something where it's sort of like how the name of an item in a lot of games is kind of pointless. It can be like, this is the Dark Weaver's staff, and you're like, okay, cool, like, what does that mean? Oh, it gives me +18 to magic, got it. Okay, I'll take a look at it. The document you sent me seemed pretty... Just looking at the list, I was like, oh my god. My stream PC is down today, but he's anything that requires the bot will be working until Saturday. This one, 2 heats. You said I'll unlock an R1 car around driver level 50, is that right? We can go into the menu after this. Is there like a thing, do you have an idea of a eventless race or something that I could go into just to see what the effect of upgrading stuff does? Okay. Okay. Whoa. I don't know what I did wrong there. Try turning this thing on. Will it let me? Let's see if this helps me to see. Red circle bad, maybe? No circle also bad, I think. Can't tell if that actually injured me or not. Let me go back just in case. Yeah, that's fair. Love to play a game about being a mechanic and working on cars. Forgot those are like flypaper. Okay, so what car do you recommend I start with? And should I like drive it on a test course and then go mess with it? These ones are R1. Let's see this guy.
Today, it's back to the sun-baked desert of Arizona for an event at Sedona Raceway Park.
And then where do I go to start recording a Ghost to race against? (1957) Ford Thunderbird. Oh, where's the pig car? I wanted to use that one more. This guy. Rivals offline, right? Test drive. Benchmark? Oh, does it already have upgrades on it? Reset default upgrades. God. Assume that this is actually just doing it for everything, but just in case it's for each individual. Okay. Where do I go for a Ghost? Quick race or hot lap? Just want the car that I was just on. Okay, view garage. Now, is it going to remember ghosts from when I did this before and load back into it later with changes? Okay. Full circuit. Okay. Oh, but If I upgrade it out of D class, it won't load it anymore. I guess it's fortunately at like the bottom of D class, right? The objective after doing this is to get this to 399 or 400. Stay in the class would be as good as possible. $350. Seems like so little budget to make a noticeable difference, but okay. Okay. God. Guessing the ghost accounts for rewinds as though I never rewound. Then I don't get to look at a ghost. The only way I could possibly learn is making it really extreme. I was just checking how many laps I've done. Okay, so it marked my first lap already for next time. I guess there's already a ghost behind me. Okay. So if we quit race... Yeah, it feels like that'd be a perfect place to put it in test drive. Okay, let me try to do this based on what you said. So we go to upgrade shop. We can't exceed 350. This name provided me with a Google Doc that I'm just going to kind of read through here. So there's nuances we're not going to bother with because they don't matter. And he's marked things that are never touched by auto upgrade, which doesn't really start happening until tires, aero, and conversion. Okay. Engine and power. There's a lot here, but it's all ways to make your horsepower go up. I need to pay much mind to specifics. Granularity of having so many variables is one way to hit your target PI. So should I just try to get to 350 only touching things in this category? Some things also impact weight. Exhaust is a good choice because it helps weight the most. Why is that? Just because of how like heavy it is? we want weight to be as low as possible. So but it's green, means going up. But going up is bad, right? So do I want more torque all the time? Do I want less weight all the time? Now, I only have a 25% discount because I haven't driven the Trans Am enough. Whatever. I'm not using the money on anything else. So here the weight is good. Why is the weight good here? Flywheel doesn't add power. It's only slight weight reduction. Oh, is it going down? Oh, I misunderstood. Okay. Understood. I thought that I was going to have to pay to get more power with a heavier exhaust. How is it true that a fancier exhaust is like strictly better? Can you help me to understand that? Like, what have they done? What is it, just that they're using more expensive materials? So I kind of was operating on the assumption that each of these would be a set of trade-offs that is like, well, it's going to be heavier, but it'll give you more speed, right? Okay. But it is true that there are things where it's just better. There's one where the weight goes up. What does front mean? They all have the same displacement. It's just, so does it become C at 351 or does it become C at 350? $50/50 is best. Okay, so I can get exactly to 350 without looking at any of these. Okay. Try driving it again, and then I can reset all the upgrades. Now, those parts I bought, I have unlocked forever, right? I reset it to default and then do all of it in platform and handling, and then reset it to default and then do it all in drivetrain, and do it all in tires and so on. Okay. I understand the use case for this thought experiment that we're doing right now. I think it's part of it is like having to build up to a class budget and then being able to exceed that. I don't know. I have to think about why I still think it shouldn't be here. Or if it's going to be here, it should be here in a totally different form. Drivetrain doesn't have enough options. Okay, well, I'm ahead of my Ghost, but at the same time, I fucked up the start on my Ghost, so I can't... Well, let's see what happens here. That time I negotiated the turn better. I don't know, my Ghost seems right next to me and I just put like 30 points of power in. Just straight away there. You try to let the ghost catch up to me so that we're like apples and oranges on the straightaway. Like I'm making 2% ground or so on him. Now I'm like an inch ahead of him. Is there a race that's just like a very simple oval where there's no... to minimize the sloppiness? I mostly wanted to like line up with the ghost on a straightaway and then accelerate as much as possible and see if I'm like way ahead of him. Is that like the Indy track or something? Drag strip. The drag strip is literally just a straight line. You just drive as fast as you can and stop. I should probably do this in the other direction. I should probably record it with the upgrades and then revert the upgrades and try to beat the car that's not upgraded. Okay, try that. So far, though, that's about the difference in performance that I was expecting, aka imperceptible to me, for that jump in budget, right? Like I imagine that going up 100 in budget, which makes you go up a class, will always be noticeable, or at least more likely to be noticeable. But it's that level of granularity that I find baffling. It's like, well, if I can only go up to a maximum, then just have me put a point in top speed, right? Effectively doing the same thing, it just has a bunch of little buttons for me to press in the process. Does it like do things like change the sound of the engine or something depending on which ones you select? That would be kind of cool. I could understand that as like it's a cosmetic thing. Okay. My current way of modeling it in my mind is that it's just a cosmetic thing that happens to affect the mechanics if you do enough of it. Which one's the drag strip? Sedona. And I assume these never come up in the campaign either. Okay, thanks. Do this, and then I'll take all my upgrades off, and I'll just race this guy for his top gear. No kidding. And we'll see like how far behind I am. Great. Yeah, and it's a bummer that it won't like show me the old ghost for that purpose. I guess maybe this is crucial to the whole like discussion, is that to me, it seems like it shouldn't be allowed for you to upgrade outside of the class in the first place, because that's like bad for the design in a lot of respects. At least it feels like it to me. So if putzing around in the upgrade screen is only valuable for getting out of your class, it's like, why do they let you do that? I guess in real life you can do that with cars. You can soup up a shitty Ford Fiesta to be a racing car, and it's like a fantasy it's trying to enable. I apologize for my like attitude about it. I'm really like earnestly trying to understand. It's something that eludes me why you would want it to be here. Okay, so back to free play. Hot lap. Oh, don't tell me. I think I may have accidentally hit pick play instead of hot lap. What's happening? Okay, I do have the thing. That's good. Okay. That's at least perceptible. This time I'm not... Okay, I get started bunny hopping at the end. I think maybe it would help to understand my like befuddlement at the ability to upgrade your car in the context of the way everything else is structured, right? Like, I don't think that the concept of doing this is like rotten to its core in a game that was structured where it had levels that encouraged it, right? Or the fact that the World Tour just like, here's a bunch of things that are already suited for your car as it currently is, right? Is like, well, if you're just going to suit the level for the car that I already have, why would I ever tune a car? Because you're just going to give me a level that's good. Or if I go in the event list, it seems like the best thing to pick in the event list is just one of the other cars that's in the event list, because the event list has been suited for other people's cars. So when would you want to do this? You know what I mean? That's the thing that's infusing my befuddlement, not just the concept of having a menu where you can putz with these things. Okay, just for fun, let's like go as crazy as it'll let me go. Literally no middle sliders. The one on the right is always the best one. I guess not necessarily if there's a trade-off, but most of them don't have trade-offs. Okay, so that's like an extreme change. I've replaced the entire inside of the car with the best of the best. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Wait, so did I must have misunderstood something. I was in engine and power. What does conversion mean? I'm laughing at the idea that the engine's not in the engine and power section, but we're saying for the engine that you have, engine swap. Okay. Is that not worse? That seems like that's worse in like every, because it's not upgraded. I just upgraded the one I was on. Oh, okay. Guess I understand why it has a different menu. Because one thing affects all of the other upgrades. Okay. But why isn't it first? It feels like if that's the most important. Okay. Fine. And you said that the quick tune will never do that, even though it's one of the most impactful things you can do. Alright, so this should be, I went from D to B. In theory, this should be very noticeable. And then maybe I can dump all of these engine upgrades and then try to get back up to B. I mean, granted, it's going to be a drag strip, so any other stats other than speed aren't going to matter, but it might just be useful if I can stay in B, but with all the horsepower stuff reduced. Well, it's much louder. Probably should have looked at the time. I can at least look at that even if I don't have a ghost. You know what the time was before? God. Handling will make a difference after all. Yeah, I got it. Sure. I can try to use the drag strip as a way to get my launch better. I'm still terrible at that. So I want the front to be 50%. What does that actually mean though? Is it like gonna cause the car to lift in a certain direction or something? Where is the transmission? Drivetrain. Does this not tell me what the max gear is? Weight distribution makes it handle good for reasons you can't articulate. Okay, no problem. Forza 4, on some cars, the jump from sport to race transmission feels PI inefficient. I think if you're trying to like abstractly understand my like befuddlement, understanding it is like, okay, why is this in this game, right? Maybe don't hear my frustration as why would anyone want to upgrade their car in any game. Okay, that seems to make a really noticeable difference. Doing the ghost crosses. Don't think so. Okay, so if I turn all that shit off, just so I can see a really fast car in front of me and see just how badly I'm getting smoked by putting the points into something else and still getting up to tier him in. So we're at B463, so I'm going to try to mirror that, but with anything that doesn't give horsepower. The horsepower tend to cost more. Oh, some of these are like decimal. For some reason, this screen really like lags. So what's weight reduction? Like, they can't be doing that for free, right? Like, they're just going into the car and, like, removing anything inside the car that's not necessary or something. Shit, I said I was going for B something and then totally blanked on that. It was some meaningless number in the middle of B, 250 or 450. It's literally all just weight. Okay, so hold on. Wait a minute. That's not true. The apparent effect of changing my brakes is just to change the weight, but the brakes are also getting better at braking, right? Or are they like abstractly representing it by the change in weight? That also confused me on the transmission screen, where like it was showing me the stat benefit of changing transmission, which had like a hidden effect of, well, now there's 2 extra gears. The efficiency number below the icon. Sorry, I think I might be blind. Zam 69. Sport brakes. All I'm seeing is the weight changing. Something else on the screen that I... Let's go here. Is it only when I'm going to upgrade it that it tells me? Is that what lateral G's is? But the number's the same. Is it another above the install prompt? Efficiency plus 5%. Plus 1%. Okay. See it now. Was there something like that for transmission? Dude, that was so hidden. I was like actively looking. No, it's just shift time. This is a UI. It cannot be denied that it is a user interface. Shift time. Like it makes a difference, like saves you like 10 frames on shifting. What did you tell me about differentials? It's a whole complicated thing about how the car rotates on acceleration and deceleration. It adds a tiny bit of weight. You probably always want to get it. And the way I know I want to get it is because at the bottom of the screen, it says differential two-way and the letters are green. Yeah, this is the one where you use the 3. In this name's document he shared with me. You can check this out in the Discord at some point if you search for it. It's called Forza Upgrading for Marstead. Just search that in Discord stream chat. I'm sure it'll show your stream. But he put an upside down smiley face next to things where he's like, I know. And there are many upside down smiley faces in this document, but there are 3 next to the differential. I guess this is the other aspect. It's like, okay, I can conceptually understand why someone would want to be able to upgrade their car parts in a hypothetical car game or in a focused, like being a car mechanic game. That makes sense. I could even imagine Forza being structured slightly differently or having certain, optional challenges where this menu makes sense in this game. But even if those things are all true, this is a horrible menu. Like, it feels like this is a great time to explain to me what, like, wouldn't that be cool if the way that I learned how cars work was by playing a car sim game and going into this menu and seeing what the fuck is a differential? And there being a little button I could press that says, this is what this is doing for you. It's da, 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 da. Maybe you could have a little instructional video or something if you wanted to. I could learn something. But it definitely seems to assume that I already know what all this shit is. And I had that exact same experience when I peeked into this menu in, was it Gran Turismo, I think? Why did it give me an explanation pop up for drag tires and not for anything else? Do you like this game? Wow, so the tires alone... I guess this is telling me something about the value of the tires. That's what other people were pointing out in chat earlier when I was really struggling with this car. So, tire compound. I guess this is probably where I can check. Yeah, it's like, sim racers, why are you the way you choose to be? That GIF. Yeah, we probably should soon as well. Oh, do I still have... Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I guess I did do the transmission. No, I didn't. What the hell? I thought I said reset. It's helpful to see that it doesn't get a lead on me until like halfway through. I don't think so. I wasn't anywhere near. Check. True. So I wanted to start getting a feel for the changes to handling. Is there a nice, like, straightforward oval where there's not any, like, tricky turns and I always know what's coming up? I guess I could also try just making it as stupid as possible. Can you explain what a supercharger is? I've heard this term a lot. It lets more air into the engine, which is good. I've seen the cool scene in Mad Max when they're like literally blowing into the engine. Why are the better ones worse horsepower? Because they have... This one seems to be the best, right? Just go crazy here. Check mark just means I own it already. Okay. Can I get this into S tier? Now I have these cooler options that weren't here before. I am in S. Okay. Is it that the other ones are worse by default, but upgraded are better in the aspiration conversion menu? These provide benefits that aren't indicated by the stats, it seems like. Tire compound. Rim style upgrade is required. God. Mostly a cosmetic thing, so they do have different ways if you really want to find the app. Rear tire width. Minor handling upgrades. Wait, so are these actually better? Because it's making the weight higher, but then it says 255 divided by 60 R14 at the bottom. It's the greenest number on the bottom, so that must be good, right? 305 divided by 50 R14. Why do I want this? Is it good to have more rubber or less rubber? I guess I did accidentally upgrade it. You're right, it didn't cause me to win. Got all these. Okay, so I think this is as good as this car can possibly be. An S668. So then we'll go into... I'll do the drag race one more time. And then I'll look for like an oval. And I'll do it a couple times to try to get a good lap. And then I'll take everything off of it again and see how bad it is. So why did it make it seem like making the rim larger and therefore having less rubber was a good thing? Yeah, that works. As long as it's like pretty simple turns. I'd like to remove my own bad, sloppy, inconsistent playstyle. You know, Viejo meaning. Noticeably faster. It looks like it does try to do some "you're going fast" like screen shake effects, but only once you are like above 160 miles an hour. So I've traded something. Did I trade something off? I just took the best thing in every category. Like, is there something else in each of those categories that could be worth losing the speed? Okay, a green number, good. Yeah, I was kind of like conceptually modeling this as a battle between speed and weight and other problems, but it seems like it's just make the car better button. I'll just drive around it a few times here. You can definitely feel the difference in the tires, I guess, if the tires aren't included at all in the quick upgrade. Explains why this car sucks on auto upgrade. Oh, it does? Is still sliding all over the place, much more than the actual like native S-tier cars. So like, okay, it still feels true that if I wanted to drive an S-tier, I should just grab one of the S-tier cars that are recommended for the event. Is this supposed to be for someone who really likes the Trans Am and loves the feel of the Trans Am and wants to race the Trans Am for as long as they can before the game tells them they can't anymore? Which it never does, right? Because it never tells you have to progress into R3, R2, and R1. Ghost is preserved for that the best performance in that class or the best performance in that car in that class. I'm wondering if I can switch to a recommended S tier car. See, and here's the issue, like, this doesn't, well, I guess I'd have to do one more test. This doesn't feel distinct for me from quick upgrading to S, even though I access all the things that quick upgrade ignores. I guess I could go in and try doing a quick upgrade to S, like resetting it and then going to S and see what happens. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So if, I think this further reinforces the point I've been making the whole time, there's actually less human agency in the upgrade system than I thought there was, because it sounds like almost all of the buttons are just make it green. And there's kind of a simple puzzle, right? The puzzle is make it as green as you can and max out your class, max out the budget in your class, right? But there is like a hypothetical best car that the algorithm for quick upgrade in this game is bad at obtaining. And that's not necessarily the way it has to be. There could be a game where there's not a hypothetical best car, but there is because of the way the class budgets work and the way the events work, right? So it makes it like even more like, of course they added quick upgrade because upgrading manually is pointless because it's kind of like a trivial, it's not really an intellectual activity. It's can you make these numbers add up to this number, right? It's not saying, well, I'm going to trade some fire damage for some crit chance, right? It's saying, well, I'm going to trade, 10 times as much fire damage for plus 1% crit chance. That's not really a trade, you know what I mean? Okay, I have some other things I can try here to mess with this. Let me see if quick upgrade gets it up to S. If it doesn't, I'll just try a native S tier car against my best lap there on the Trans Am. I think I was giving the upgrade mode even more credit. Like I was just imagining in my head that, oh, okay, there must be all these like really intense, like, do I want a car that's really fast but really heavy, like Bowser in Mario Kart, or do I want a light, low top speed car that's like really swift? And it's like, well, you can just have both. It's fine. You can just have both to within a class. Okay, upgrade, quick upgrade. So okay, so we got to do upgrade shop. I guess I can save current setup. S. Okay. Default. Yes. Okay. Upgrade. Quick upgrade. What's that about? It's like unable to quick upgrade, but there's a part you can still buy and install. Does that mean like there's a thing I can still do manually after it quick upgrades? But there's like no interesting challenge that's like do as well as you can in the B class, right? Like the do as well as you can in the B class challenge is a race that it might serve you an event list where your best bet for doing as well as you can in that event list is to just take one of the cars that the computer is using, right? Like you're not going to out engineer the computer, whatever the default cars are that are recommended for that class, unless if I'm wrong. Like it seems like there is a correct car. Try to go back to A class and try to make two cars at A class, one that has top speed and one that has handling, I guess. Those are like the two big competing concepts, right? Now in the Ghost benefits from full acceleration from the previous lap, right? So I have to do at least a couple laps to see here. Yeah, right, like, you picture a video game that's like, here's a challenge, and here's a bunch of cars that you don't have, you can't use these cars yet, right? The AI is going to be using these cars that the default statistics on them are better than the car that you're bringing into this class of race. So in order for you to have a chance against them, you had better go in and tune your car until you're able to compete. And then when you beat them as a reward, we'll give you the car that the stock version of it we specifically tuned to make this a better race, right? So I know this thing is like worse than my old car, but it's like much easier to control now. Maybe that's like the downside of taking the conversion, that it makes like the car wasn't designed to have that higher quality engine in it, so it's like unwieldy and butt swingy. Yeah, so if the argument is like, I don't understand why you would ever use something other than quick upgrade, that argument also still holds here. Because this, I mean, I guess I can kind of feel the difference, but it's one of those, like, I encounter this in a lot of video games where a game will ask me to devote some amount of attention to something, and like, well, is the attention worth, you know, whatever increased challenge it's creating or increased like benefit it's creating? Often the answer is no. Often it's just go attend to this because it's like busy work essentially. Yeah, I'd love to play a game about car tuning. That sounds fun. I see. So that's because of this specific track that the quick upgrade feels better or at least comparable. I think I recorded a drag race with the maxed out car. Sure. what percentage of simulationist car enthusiasts do you think spend a significant amount of time doing their own custom tuning? You think it's like half of them, 80% of them, 10% of them? I assume this game's provision of a quick upgrade is just kind of like a standard now that's in all the games after this one. Okay, so that's the difference between quick upgrade. Oh, and I fucked it up at the end, but it was still obvious when the gap happened. Okay. I just don't know that there are many races where you have that much time to build that much speed to where, like, obviously it's on a drag strip, but is there a race where there's a long enough straightaway where that makes a really substantive difference over all of the janky traction problems you have on turns and, like, I don't know. Gran Turismo still doesn't have it. Okay, so 100% of Gran Turismo fans still mess around in this because they have to. Yeah, I can look at tuning. Let's look at tuning. I understand conceptually that I could go back into like B tier and try to make a handling B tier versus a top speed B tier, but God, I wish there was a way for me to just like lock in as many variables as I could to compare against. Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to make the handling Trans Am in B tier and go do a B tier race and feel pretty confident that the AI is going to do exactly the same thing in multiple races, right? Because like I could go do that race like 5 times with the handling car and 5 times with the speed car, and I feel like just random jitter from the AI is going to make it hard for me to even tell the difference. Like, I'm probably still going to get first place in either case or get a comparable place in either case. I don't think that the car tuning is going to make a significant difference there. Okay, let's look at tuning. Tune setup. Okay, tire pressure, gear ratios, wheel alignment, suspension, brakes, downforce, and differential. Yeah. Summon a race that is exactly too difficult for me, but doable with others. Right. And I feel like that has to be mathematically possible to determine, right? I know that there's a lot of like variability in your potential performance as a player, but at some point there has to be like, okay, you know, we've tested it. No, the task cannot possibly beat this time on this track, right? With this car, it needs this car, this set of cars to beat it. That's exactly, I would love to have that. That sounds incredible. It would fix a lot of my issues. Hey, but there's stuff on the right that I can read. So let me read it. You can't transmit your car's power and handling potential to the road without the right tire setup. Tire pressure affects a tire's peak grip, responsiveness, and wear. Why isn't this in the upgrade menu? Okay. Adjust front tire pressure when the tires are cold, so they reach peak grip once they have heated up. Setting tire pressure lower causes the tire to heat faster, but can reduce overall responsiveness. Well, I'm glad they gave me some info at least. Oh, do you want me to come back to it later? Because I can leave. What else is there to do for upgrades? Like, I guess let me do a recommended S car against the one I was just doing. So we go to event list, and I just find an S tier race and find a car that's recommended for one. Components. Lotus Evora T124. I have to like look for it. Okay. I guess I could just grab an S tier car that starts at 700's the cap, right? Yeah, just like a paragraph for each one. Even what you put down would have been nice. Do the drag strip first. Then I'll do the other one, I'll do a few laps, and then we can get back to the World Tour for now, I guess. I can conceptually imagine a player who, I'm going to use the wrong terms here, but maybe you'll get the spirit of what I'm saying, who like they know that they oversteer too much or something, and so they like go in and fine-tune their upgrades to let them perform better, knowing that they're likely going to oversteer some. I guess when I complain about it now, at least I've seen the menu, right? And I'm not just operating off of years-old memories of Gran Turismo 3. You can drive something, realize something you don't like, adjust accordingly, and feel like it was worthwhile. I believe you. You're not going to go like change the air filter though, right? You're going to like try to move specific stats around like it was little Mario Kart pips. You would be like, the problem is I need a roll cage. Or is it? Is that what you mean? Yeah, right. With an associated, like, budget cost, I guess. Yeah, and so speaking to the scaring the newbies energy problem I was talking about yesterday, the reason I like the phrase scaring the newbies energy is that, like, it doesn't suggest that the newbie can never become a master. In fact, that's probably the objective of a lot of newbies, is to play the game enough to master it and have a good time with it, right? And you don't want to, like, discourage them from that journey to get good at the game. But, like, I'm trying to imagine what a game would have to do to make me want to interface with that upgrades menu. Like, would it have to be missions like you were describing, where you start the mission with a car where it's like mathematically impossible for you to pass the required time, and then they throw you in a menu and say, okay, fix your car and try it again. And if I do that enough, do I then get the intuition to be a master and be like, I know what I want to do with this in the future? I think it would only come with gameplay. I think there is no other way for my brain chemistry for me to want to master that, other than if there was an actual game mechanic that required me to learn it for some reason, right? Like, I wonder if that's what they're exploiting, is they're exploiting people who are already into cars and so want to go into the upgrades menu because they want to soup up their Trans Am, right? They're just excited about it. Oh, that's cool that it puts both of your cars on there. I like that. I wonder how many cars it could eventually support. I imagine there's some limit eventually. Car and driver skill are so hard to separate, you can never possibly engineer such precise difficulty. Oh, okay, best all time versus best this session. Alright, let's go back to R2 World Tour for a while. I think I get it without having to execute the thought experiment. You did go to the trouble of writing out what your process is for upgrading, so I'm going to read through that just to read it, comment on it, if it helps me to understand more. The career bar. That one's R1. I want to paint this guy, actually. Everything is a blueberry. Okay, so what you said was, when you go to upgrade, your first question is, what is the PI target? If it isn't much higher than where you're starting, skip some of the drastic steps. So what you mean by that is that if your PI target in the bottom left there was 350 and you are already at 340, then you would never like fuck with the conversion. You would never fuck with the engine, really. You would just kind of look for little minor increments. I guess here, can I get minor increments to take this up to 999? Doesn't look like I have a lot of options here. That puts it into X. 999 is X, so 998 is as good as R1 can possibly get. Okay. How do you want to balance speed and handling? This informs future steps. Higher the class, the more you want to focus on handling. Cars that start off handling worse, like older cars and heavier cars, should also get more bias toward compensating. Conversely, to a lesser extent, for good handling cars. You're going to do a drivetrain swap. When you say that, let me switch to another car just to have more options here. Well, the Leaf is probably going to have weird options, right? So when you say drivetrain swap, you're specifically talking about making the transmission better for an older car. Tire compound has a big PI impact, is the best place to start. Race tires for B to A or above. Sport tires starting around D class, and then below it's a judgment call. It doesn't, but I see what you're saying. I did notice while I was doing this that changing the tire had like an insane impact on the overall class. A huge jump compared to all the other options in here. Oh, drivetrain swap. That's to go from like front or rear wheel drive to all wheel drive. Tire width, even if I'm not focusing on handling, this is a good way to get some without a huge PI impact. Okay, so you're saying that changing the tire width gives you some improved handling. But it doesn't cost you very much in your budget. Okay, I see that it's going up by like 2 at a time. But How do you know that this is making your handling better? It's that green number on the bottom, 225 divided by 55 R14. This is just like basic familiarity with it. I wish it showed me, like, it clearly has. Here's part of why I find this whole thing frustrating, and I have many reasons for that, but this is definitely one of them. I want this, right? That's 5 very important stats, and I don't understand why those aren't included on the upgrade screen when you're highlighting things. Instead, it's like the adaptability problem that Spikey was talking about yesterday, that adaptability has a derived stat, which is agility, and agility is the thing that determines what your iframes are. And it's like, well, what, just fucking one stat? Oh, there is? Okay. Then maybe I don't have a complaint. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Does this information, is this information completely degenerate with this information, or is this telling me something different technically than this? Yeah, no worries. This makes this screen... This is... Okay, this makes way more sense. I'm still kind of alarmed at the number of things that just make everything go green. I mean, maybe that's just because they're trying to mirror real life, and like Scarf was saying, that in real life you tend to not really have trade-offs here. It's a minor weight trade-off for a giant increase. Here what we're saying is the weight's going to go up, and the weight going up is going to make it handle worse and make it brake worse. And the weight's also going to do other things that are more abstract than what they can represent with these 5 little bars, I take it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they only become side grades in the narrow circumstance of you're trying to stay within a class and not make the car as good as possible. And you're trying to avoid going over budget that would put you in the next higher class. And so now you're having to make a trade-off decision between maxing out your budget on handling, maxing out your budget on speed, or doing both at the same time. There's no goal here. I'm just trying to understand these mechanics. Okay, I can come back to this in a few minutes, but seeing that second screen is very helpful.
Today, it's back to the sun-baked desert of Arizona.
Oh, I need to switch my car, though.
At Sedona Raceway Park.
Change car. Stay on this guy for now. Although it's probably going to force me. Now it's starting to send me R1 stuff, so I'm going to have to do this event over and over. Eventually I'll be comfortable switching to R1, I guess. Get my ass kicked as I remember how to play the game now. Makes sense. R2 is definitely, like, this car is just strictly better than the cars I was driving in R3. It has that kind of weird difficulty dip. where it's like the game's getting harder, the game's getting easier, harder, easier, right? Do they ever meaningfully change the damage simulations later on? I don't know if it's just like the way they physically present you bumping them. I get that you're bumping them at an extremely high speed, but what's happening on the screen never seems to like agree with the like extent of the damage indicated in the diagram on the right. Which maybe that's also realistic, that yeah, you know, bumping someone a little bit when you're going 170 miles an hour isn't going to look violent, but it's gonna fucking destroy your engine or something, right? Oh, the visual damage is hamstrung by licensing. Sure. It's not a huge problem. It means that I have to depend wholly on the little paper doll indicator on the right to have any idea, like to try to like make the passive brain connections about how bad it is to bump into cars at certain speeds. So I think like a race like this would be really fun if there were just constantly cars on it that I was having to pass all the time. It definitely falls into that trap that once I'm in the lead, like the race was over 4 laps ago. Because that's probably especially true with this kind of car. We think part of that is because the computer is so bad at taking advantage of downforce in this game, at least. I've never heard of Wreckfest. What kind of a game is it? I could guess from the title, but... yeah, I was thinking of that earlier too. Like, it's probably very difficult for the game to want to give me a race that's exactly hard enough to make me like push myself, but not so hard that I get bored and want to quit, right? It seems very hard to do algorithmically. Like a demolition derby kind of game. I guess that event doesn't really matter, that I keep selecting it over and over because it's still different courses that this is putting me on.
Just north of San Francisco.
All right, it might be time to just try R1. Let's get it over with. Change car, right? Wait, no, it's this one. And are there actual X-Class events? Is there a substantive difference between 998 and 999? Like, it's just that it stops caring about your budget above 999, and so anything that's 999 or higher goes in the same class, and you could technically make it better. One X-Class oval event, and that's it. Gotcha. This might finally be the car that forces me to understand the launch, as you were calling it. One of these cars is not like the others. Perfect rewind point. Okay, so I'm skidding a lot early on here. I try to understand why. Is it because my tires are slipping? The R1 car is quite a bit more sensitive to that than the R2. That happens to me a lot here, and I need to get a handle on it. I think it's like especially bad when I have to slow down a lot and then I'm trying to get back up to speed. Makes sense. see, that makes sense. I feel like going from S to R1 was the game was getting easier. Going from R1 to R2 as the game was getting even easier, but now I feel like it's at least different, if not easier. Those do not go flying when you bump into them. Okay. They are like metal posts. Take a second, that's fine. I could try to look for other R1 cars. The only way I'm going to see those, though, is by ranking up, right? Maybe here I can tell the difference between individual cars, or there's only like several options.
A race on the world-renowned Suzuka circuit.
Yeah. Okay. So I need to really not spin out here because I have cars behind me slamming into me and I can't rewind. The load is somewhat significant. So are there any of these races like that one that was like R2 and the really slow Italy course? Like, these have all been hand authored and curated to make sense for these cars, right? Because they're all just drawing from the event list. It's never gonna like give me a race that would feel terrible with an R1 car, just different. I see. I'm going to do the Alps level with this setup. I do notice with the R1 car that I literally am like pressing the right stick down, like if all the way depressed is 100 and not depressed at all is 0, I'm pushing it like to like 5 to 10. I don't think I've ever done with a, when I say stick, I mean trigger. I don't think I've ever done that with a trigger in any game, so that's kind of cool. Maybe a little bit in Metal Gear Solid. I like the feel of this one better than the R1 and the R2 because it feels like I have to like fight to control it more, which I think is what the game is kind of supposed to be. Is you want to have a car that doesn't just do what you tell it to do, that you kind of have to like wrangle it a bit. And it was feeling like, at least in relative terms, comparing R2 to R1, felt like R2 just let me do whatever I wanted, right? How bad or inefficient is it that I'm not shifting a lot now? Neat.
Now it's time for another attempt at racing your way through the demanding Sebring International Raceway.
Hey guys, Smiley, how you doing? That was weird. Wasn't going there for some reason. I guess if your triggers have a dead zone, you're gonna find that out really fast in a car like this, huh? Really? Are they like super expensive to buy? We're basically out of like World Tour content, right? Like, it's gonna keep giving me races that get longer and longer over time, but are there like courses that maybe I can see in free play or something? Person who makes decisions. Right. That's crazy. Backfires still give me anxiety every time. It is not as bad on the thing that looks like an F-Zero car, but back when it was like a up-jumped Ford Fiesta, it always looked like I was gonna get in trouble. A Ferrari that's 10 million. Jose, don't look at chat situation. Whoops. What screwed up there specifically? So you said in a real race, if you cut through the grass like that, you get some kind of like time penalty at the end of the race, is that right? I need to go further back before he bumped me in the butt there. Unfortunate because it feels like it's like the correct way to overtake is to just abuse that the computer doesn't want to go in the grass. Or at least it's not, maybe it's not the correct way, but it's the lowest effort. I'm not good at racing games way to do it. Yeah, I'd rather have that, I think. Like in real racing, do people play the penalty system? Do they acknowledge whether it's worth taking the penalty, or is it usually never worth it? Meant to be never worth it. Okay, that's good to hear.
Today, it's back to the Rhine Valley of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, for a race on the Hockenheim ring.
Well, that's a bit of a drop. Okay. I guess I have no option, so... This is not a real race. Is this like literally the same one that I did earlier, like last week? Not last week, yesterday. Looks like it's the same course. I think it was S-Class at the time too. Oh, okay. I remember doing one of these yesterday and I thought it looked exactly like this level of it. I did it with this car too, because I remember the mirrors clipping shit. has nastier turns. Trying not to rewind here. This is about the speed you're intended to do these at, right? I do like these because they feel like a video game. They remind me of Enthusia. I think it's really hard to do these with any kind of speed at all. Yeah, I like getting through all those like sequential gates in a turn like that. That feels good to do. These also happen to be on the racing line. I can't tell if they're drawing the racing line to account for the objectives, or if they've placed the objectives on the racing line, you know? I'm gonna fail from those bumps, shit. Just rewind, it's not worth it. Don't even have Comcast.
Today you'll get back on track at Northamptonshire, England's Silverstone racing circuit.
Okay, now I can switch back. I'm trying to learn this. Little frustrated I failed that by like 2 seconds. I guess I could have sped up a little at the end. I probably should just rewound the first time I like fully barreled over a pylon. It's interesting. It's like I can't quite lightly press on the right trigger at the start of the race. It looks like it lets me get away with that further into the race, but at the beginning it just doesn't acknowledge it at all, it seems like. I guess it would be interesting to know which of these courses are actually intended for this kind of car. Which ones are definitely not. We know the Italy one definitely is not. Whoa, the second bump. The first bump was acceptable. They're like amazing brakes on these cars too, because I feel like I can really slow quickly and very efficiently. Yeah, how does the tech work? I guess I always just kind of assume that the faster you make cars like this, braking becomes more and more of a problem and a bigger danger, but... Trying to pick up there gets me in trouble. I haven't seen it yet now. What's layman? Oh no, this name, oh that sucks. I hate those like micro outages. I'd rather it just be like all the way dead, especially when servicers like won't even take you seriously if you try to report that kind of a problem. $24-hour race, so it's 24 hours of racing, or like racing events, or like a person in a car is in the car for 24 hours doing a marathon race. Like cross country kind of a thing then? Oh, if it's in France, is it Le Mans? I'd never heard it before. I see. Driver level up. Yeah, I think you mentioned it in Discord one time, this name. You don't need to be a car nerd to enjoy it. I kind of like the decals on that one. I don't want the Lowe's car. Ugh. Get the one with the fun decals.
For today's event, we return to the historic Road America track.
I guess I'm just going to be on the same like handful of events from now on, right? So speed. Oh, this one's worse. Literally just worse across the board. That sucks. Hi again, Bucky. How you doing? Really? I guess I could try it to see if I like it, just to be in a car other than this one. This is kind of a cool course so far. I don't know if I recognize this one. Must have done it before. Okay, so basically whenever I'm in like second or third gear, accelerating is like extra dangerous, it seems like. Keep that in mind. I see. Try this again. This might help my brain. I wish I could have the tachyometer on the screen at the same time, though. That was helpful. I could see what was happening there. I want a thing like this on the screen a lot more. Like more stuff like this, but not when I'm making a choice against this versus the tachyometer. I think even though that's nonsense, it's like nonsense in my peripheral vision. It might help me to kind of passively develop the vibes necessary to be better at the game. What does the percentage of peak mean? I guess this is like showing off the simulation, if nothing else. Or that wasn't severe damage, as I can't tell on that screen. Every now and then I downshift while that's up, panic and think that I damaged my engine. Oh yeah. I think I kind of understood what you meant. So you're talking about like what happens when your ass starts swinging out?
Now it's back to California for a race on the dry lake bed of Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca.
No, okay. Well, I should try the green car, even though it makes it look like it's just worse across the board. Yeah, I definitely believe that the simulation's real. I feel like a problem, this isn't a huge problem, but for my enjoyment, like, I think that they're incentivized to conceal which aspects of the simulation are abstracted, because some of them have to be, right? Like, there's certain things that just aren't happening under the hood. Really behooves them to let you assume it's all aggressively simulated, but you can probably only know for sure that it's simulated if it shows up on the screen here, right? And they have something that they can like show off to you with. Oh god. What the fuck is body acceleration? Just trying to make this thing go away. That in a second. Tire has its own amount of grip at any given time. There's more weight on a tire, there's more grip, and less weight means more grip. Body isn't locked in place exactly between each wheel, it moves on the suspension. And that's actually happening. So this is an interesting question. I imagine that a lot of people who are like actually race car drivers love to play these kinds of sim games. Have they reported as to their general like accuracy or feel? Particularly using like a full rig with a wheel and pedals and stuff. Because I wonder if it's like it doesn't feel like real driving so much as it feels like driving a sim racer, right? Or if it does in fact feel like real driving and there's not that much else that matters to the calculation. Whoa. Accelerated too fast in second gear again. That's cool. I imagine there's stuff that goes into the real-life cars that just doesn't really need to be included in the simulation because the effect is so minuscule, or that you can like cheat that effect in. Proprietary industrial grade sim. Safer than practicing in a real car. Less expensive. I imagine a lot of the pipeline to become a professional driver is going to start with video games now. Like, I know it used to be, was it go-kart racing? Well, depending on what kind of racing you're doing. If you're doing F1, first you have a rich family in a lot of cases. And they supported your hobby of going go-kart racing. Makes sense. So I went from professionals to masters. Where else is there to go? Grandmaster? Holy Car Night. Drivers at the top level who got their start on sims, mostly iRacing. Is iRacing like the super hardcore, borderline not a video game, even more so than this? That's PC, right?
Now it's back to Fujimi Kaido for a race among the twisting mountain roads of Japan.
Okay, that's okay. I'll take a slower car for this one. This is one of the fun video gamey levels. Subscription-based PvP focus. No kidding. Like, is it just extremely high authenticity, like super photorealistic, really high quality sim that they can justify a subscription for it? The authentic physics in the net code. Oh, there's officiating. They do like tournaments and stuff then? not like this car. Okay. Game has taught me that there's a certain look of car that looks like it's like a heavy motherfucker, and I'm gonna hate it. Deja vu. With all the arrows on the road. All the traffic are wearing helmets too. That's pretty cool. I never won one of these because I can basically never overtake. I think I did an overtake last time. Not on the one that was going downhill, and then I lost it like right at the end. Oh, no kidding. Really focus on trying to get speed on him instead of trying to drive well. Hey, long gone. That's okay. Oh, that's really cool. The COVID iRacing. I think I remember hearing about a bunch of F1 drivers like Twitch streaming themselves doing sims and stuff. Does iRacing have a bunch of different kinds of cars? Is it like just F1 or? I guess he said no, NASCAR as well, so. It sounds like it's justified that it both has a subscription and you pay for things because it takes them a lot to add that stuff to the game. was much longer than the version of this I did earlier, right? That was cool. Cheaper than like serious karting. That's cool. I didn't do well, but I like that race. And that would be if there's ever been one in this game where it's like I want to go back and actually try to win that one. That's like the only race in the game that makes me feel that way.
And you're off once again to the dynamic twin-ring Motegi circuit in Tochigi Prefecture.
I guess also the other one that's like you're racing a rival up some twisty paths, but the one where you're going down the hill is especially cool. Try this one. $68. Are R1 cars like proto F1 cars? Would they be considered like Formula 2 or something? Identical to the one I was just using. Yeah, I think the rule is with this class of car, the right trigger just cannot go past like the 50% mark. If I'm in second or third gear, I am going to spin out. Testing it. I imagine turning on TCS with one of these cars is like super busted. You can just hold the accelerator down the entire time. And you said traction control is banned in real racing, so it would make it too easy? Oh, that is way more intense than I thought. Thank you, carbon braking? Whoa, bud. In Forza didn't have F1 cars, so the Xbox One games, they couldn't handle visibly rendering suspension simulation. Huh. Interesting. Suspension's interesting. It's something I don't think about at all. I understand I've been in a car that has shit suspension where you feel every bump on the road, but I was kind of under the impression that it was just a thing that you did for rider comfort. You guys probably got the coolest face. XM radio.
Up next, your return to Barcelona's majestic Circuit de Catalunya.
Oh, it's better handling, better speed, worse acceleration. You said you stopped getting rewards above level 50 in this game, driver level 50? Or you stopped getting free cars? Okay. I want to have a mode where I just practice that over and over. Actually, is a significant time cost of clicking restart, unfortunately, compared to rewind. I want to restart here. that looks like hell right there. Every now and then I have to remind myself what would happen if I was pressing the buttons like this was Mario Kart. Well, you're not doing amazing. You have come a long way. Yeah, it starts doing haptic feedback around 180 miles an hour. I just like it to do it relative to the car you're driving. You know, maybe start doing it sooner for like S-tier cars, because like 100 miles an hour is still really fast. Spend just a little time in each gear in these really fast cars. It's easier for me to do it by sound. Acura fan, you'd say. So do most car constructors end up making a fancy car like this? I noticed that one of them was like a Chevy. Hooray.
You're on your way back to Italy to test your luck on the Mugello Autodromo Internazionale.
Championship, fuck. Hate to see it. Probably talked about this in a prior racing game, but I remember hearing from my friend who's into F1 that they added these like safety halos onto F1 cars, and when they first came out, everybody hated them because they thought they looked ugly. And then it saved like 3 lives or something, and they're like, shit, no, these are the best thing ever. I rescind my complaints. They also, it looks like they like put cool like video game looking stats on them when they air it on TV, so that's cool. Appreciate the extent to which modern F1 is very much trying not to be a blood sport. It sounds like in the past it was like insane. Well, it's already pretty dangerous, but it was insanely dangerous. Listen to a Well, There's Your Problem bonus episode about what like old F1 was like. Sounds like it was really scary. Die in an invisible fire. Safer than football, yeah. Not a guaranteed minimum amount of head trauma happening constantly. That sucks. Sorry to say. Currently on a okay streak with Comcast, knock on wood. After literally years of struggling with them, I don't know what they changed. I hate reaching out to that guy Lyle, the network technician. He's never supposed to deal with customers, but somebody ended up giving me his direct line. And it's the only way I ever get things fixed to bug him. So when something goes wrong, it's like, Jesus Christ, don't make me bug Lyle, please. Ideally, they'd have a more robust set of procedures in the call center so that if I had a problem, the call center could comprehend what I was saying and open a ticket for Lyle to work on it so he didn't have to like deal with me directly. But no such luck. Yeah, you could try calling your ISP. Maybe you have a better chance of getting help if it's not Comcast or a giant company. There's probably noise on the node where you are. Especially if you recently had a significant like change in the local weather. If it went from being really cold to being really warm, there might be a connector that's like loose or fucked up. It's usually what it is when Lyle has to go fix it. But like, good luck getting anyone from corporate ISPs to take anything other than a full-blown like 4-hour outage seriously. Spectrum. My parents have Spectrum. They're not so bad. At least they don't gouge as bad on the prices in the markets that they're in. You could try calling and just say, like, call for tech support and say, hey, do you have like a level 2 support that I could escalate to? Like, nothing against you. I'm an advanced user and I kind of have a advanced problem to discuss. It's like what you're calling about is not an advanced problem. It's like literally micro outages that would affect your grandma watching Netflix, right? But they just don't call about those things. They're just like, oh, guess I lost internet for 45 seconds, whatever. I did not do well that time. Sure. Heroic brakes. I need to, like, believe more in the brakes on the R1 cars. Funny seeing the driver's head on the rewind. I think the rewind tech doesn't know what to do with the driver. Whoa, Mr. Rossi. Who are you, me? That wasn't kosher. You did it again. What the hell, bud? Is this golf? Trusting the brakes, yeah. I have an inherent, I've talked about this a bunch, an inherent, like, fear of brakes. Don't believe that they're gonna work. better. That's fine by me.
Fantastic work. You have proven your mettle in the Masters division and are ready to take on the Elite division.
Elite? Oh shit. Tiers of progress that I didn't even know were possible.
Features a mammoth series of races for the best cars and drivers out there.
But not really. You wanted to still be driving a Chevy Spark, that's fine.
For another event on the winding track at Maple Valley Raceway.
It really makes me wonder if at some point in the development of this game they just like changed how they were going to do it, you know? All the dialogue and everything about the World Tour implies like a escalating difficulty, new categories of cars. So they like record all that, commit to all that, and they're like, fuck it, just let people do whatever they want. You can drive a Ford Fiesta the whole time. Who gives a shit? Really? That's crazy that it still has all the dialogue as though like this is for the best cars and the best drivers. Like, no, it's not. Really like this course a lot. This one and the Alps are both quite fun to play. And I like the Italian one on a slower car. The twisty slow one. That was cool on like an A-class car. I do think you could... I'm not completely opposed to algorithmically trying to determine a set of events to give you, like... I think a human being could get in there, really think about it. This like track is like actively fun to race on. hate the idea of the choices. I think that's kind of a cool concept. Give you a little thing. It just makes you feel like you have a little bit of agency. Oops. Fortunately, I'm 3,500 feet ahead of the... Is like the enemy AI completely reset when you get to a new cup or something, or this is another one where they're bad at using downforce? It's funny. Five laps? What the fuck? There's only one course where more than 3 laps is ever permitted, and it's Baby Park. Course design doesn't degenerate to Baby Park, but get over yourself. Yeah, it would be great if they like revealed that information. I was trying to further articulate what bugs me about upgrading, and I think a big part of it is that there are some things in the upgrade menu which are absolutely like explicit parts of the simulation, like the tires, right? And we know for a fact, can I press it here? We know for a fact that the tires are getting a lot of love in the simulation. There's necessarily other things that are +1 handling, right, that are literally just a stat increase. And I don't think it behooves the developers to distinguish between those two things, but it would make my life easier if you had 2 different categories, right? Oh yeah, if I had an F-class event, this would literally take like 20 minutes. But like the dimensions of the tires, how like wide they are, what material they're made of is more crucial to the simulation is constantly checking like friction with your tires on the road, right? This was 3 laps too long. I see. On a gradient of like how core to the simulation is it? The air filter is a pure stat abstraction. The tires exist somewhere more in the middle, and like the suspension is more to the right.
Today you'll get back on track at Northamptonshire, England's Silverstone racing circuit.
Northampton, Chestershire. Sucks not having my stream deck. Just happens sometimes. Try turning on that tire indicator if it'll even let me start pressing it before the race starts. It totally doesn't. It's like when I need it most and I can't like get it to display until after the race has already started. Forza 3 was still Xbox 360, right? Yeah, that's dark. Sports games have been having problems like that for a while, right? Where it felt like there was a trajectory in like the 90s into the 2000s of like, okay, each new entry in the sports game franchise is going to add new stuff. And then they like started taking shit away in like the mid 2000s. It felt like, whoa, like you solved this. Why are you unsolving it? Interesting. You assume part of that is like the added cost once we break out of like the PS2 era of the baseline cost of making a AAA game goes up significantly because of how much harder it is to meet the demands of modern graphics. And for, like, fuck all, for nothing. I don't know, I think this game looks good enough. 2007. I guess I could see benefits where you could really up the visual fidelity, but oh, weird. I don't know. That might have been right in previous episodes. I usually just look at the lights of the timer. Is it like, is there a high value for reinventing the engine constantly like that though? Shit. Approaching the main story, how long to be? 2011. I don't know where 07 came from. Fix it.
Today you return to Nürburgring, Germany, for a race on the renowned Nürburgring.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause. Sorry about that. I got a really suspicious email that made it through spam filters. I was just double checking that it was in fact a scam, and it was. There are so many Garb Apocalypse scams right now. To like find places where your photos are posted and like post comments on the photos because they know that triggers a notification on your phone, right? Discuss my car's extended warranty, exactly. There's that crazy viral story going around. I forget the lady who wrote it. She's just this really privileged lady who lost like $50,000 to a scammer, and it's like, ow. How did this happen? Yeah, I know, right? It's like, I don't know how to put this in a way that's not like super mean. I think there's a group of folks who just do not think about how things work at all, like even abstractly, right? that, like, you know, the person working in the call center at Amazon, like, what kind of information they need to do their job, what kind of information they have access to do their job, what kind of questions they're going to need to answer, like what their life is like. You know what I mean? I feel like if you have kind of a basic, even if it's an incorrect, but basic model of what that's like, it protects you a lot from a lot of the most common scams. Really, I know, right? I'm gonna restart this. I feel like I missed something at the start. It has the opposite impact of making her paranoid. I haven't seen that one yet. No, I like Last Week Tonight. This guy just gets like insanely far ahead of me at the very beginning. You doing okay there, bud? All right. That was funny. You just like hit one of those cars at top speed or something. Probably the funniest computer error I've seen in this game. Yeah, to be clear, I've had family members who have fallen victim to scams and schemes and stuff like that. So it's not to like say, hey, you know, if you've been victimized, you've been victimized. You shouldn't also feel stupid, right? But a lot of the scams kind of prey on sort of an unfamiliarity or lack of curiosity about how certain jobs work, how certain things in the government work, right? Car warranty scam kind of runs on that concept as well. However much damage you take, it's apparently been... Oh, shit. Wrong button. It's a cool map. Have I been on this map before? I don't recognize it. Shit. Pig butchering. Yeah, I'll check it out. Is it about people missing when human trafficking is happening, or how people get scammed into getting trafficked? That was fun. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I know Kit Boga does the whole, like, I'm gonna, like, fuck with these scammers, keep them off the phone with other people thing. And there's some other streamers that do a similar thing. And, like, it's entertaining content, but at the same time, I always kind of get the sense that the person conducting the scam is also desperate, right? Like... it's like there's vulnerabilities in the human condition that arise and are exploited by the system, and the system will use, you know, a desperate person as the scammer, sort of as like a thrall or an avatar almost, right? Sometimes literally a thrall. It's fucked up. I'll have to check it out, though. Yeah, they have no choice, right? And they get in trouble if it doesn't succeed. Yeah, there's a tendency, I think, to like want to be mad at the person on the phone doing the scam, and I don't think that's where the anger should be directed, right? Like, right. Yeah, and like, there's this kind of fucked up situation with just regular call center employees. That's why I jumped to the word desperate first. So there's a lot of people who are working shitty telemarketing jobs where it's not a scam, but it's like scam adjacent, and they're working it because they need the money, but it's kind of fucked up what they're doing or what their bosses are making them do. And I think society really wants to pick on the person who's talking to you in that case, pick on the telemarketer, direct your anger at the human being that you're interfacing with, right? It really bothers me when people are like mean to call center employees, or when they're mean to like, especially like airline employees at the gate. Something happens and they like take it out personally on the person who's in charge of like tanking customers for the airline. It's bad for everybody, because even if you're like trying to be as patient and understanding and not nasty as possible, it's like people have PTSD, like some cases literally, not non-clinically, like they have clinical PTSD from being treated like absolute garbage by customers. Yeah, it's a very complex ecosystem. I definitely do not want to jump straight to like victim blaming or saying if you get caught on a scam, then like you're an idiot and you should know better. But I think the thing that's interesting is that systemically a lot of scams are capitalizing on maybe not a lack of empathy, but a lack of familiarity with the way a lot of things work and with the way a lot of people's jobs are like. And it's those sorts of like people in privilege who have never worked a real job in their lives, right? Who are most likely to fork over $50,000, like that insane article. Because they just have no idea what any of that actually is. Yeah. And just because they're privileged doesn't mean they deserve to get all their shit taken from them. Like, it still sucks, you know, but it's one of those, we keep talking about the new frontiers of exploitation, right? We've run out of places to literally expand into, so we have to make the line go up by expanding into other areas. And one of those areas is trying to make a few dollars off of people not knowing any better. And like, just like everything else, you're gonna run out of territory to expand into, because someone can only get horrifically scammed like that but once or twice before they kind of learn their lesson and it doesn't happen again. So you have like a total addressable market of scammable people, right? That shrinks every time you succeed. The frontier thing, I can link up here. It's coined by the Trash Future podcast. But there's all kinds of different frontiers that capitalism is expanding into that aren't geographical, right? There's like frontier of disrepair, where we can make a few extra dollars by refusing to repair things and requiring people to throw them out and get new ones. We can make a few extra dollars by gambling on people's belief in Silicon Valley, right? We can put out a bunch of scam products like cryptocurrency and the metaverse. Hope people will invest in them in the short term before they realize that none of this shit is new and none of this shit has a use case, because they believe that Silicon Valley can produce crazy, life-changing things. They like reasonably believe that because they saw it happen over the last like 20, 30 years of their lives, right? They just keep making a few extra bucks before they realize that the well is dry and the mine is empty. Those scams definitely feel like a version of that. Cash App adds the ability to effortlessly buy quote-unquote Bitcoin. It's not actually Bitcoin, right? It's them holding Bitcoin for you. And Cash App has mostly frictionless transactions with strangers. So it like opens a little exploitation window for people to show up and say, hey, you want to avoid getting this $9,000 fine, you'd better buy Bitcoin and send it to me right now. Ooh-wee. Yeah, it sucks. Shit sucks. Probably do one. Well, we'll see. I'll do one more and we'll see what time it is.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway once again to prove your skill.
Kind of wish that they didn't have the narrator guy. Takes me out of it. You're lying. I'm not proving my skill. right. Is the narrator someone famous? Just, hello, I'm a British person. One of the funnier South Park gags when they had Malcolm McDowell. Hello, I'm a British person. Oh yeah. It was like actively punished me reading those cones. Come on. Extra sticky grass. It's funny, the way the like off-roading works is like so arcadey that they could practically make it like look like Mario grass or something, right? Like have it be like a sticky purple goo that you drive into. Betrays the nature of your simulation. Microsoft makes this. Selling the game to the casual audience by convincing them that it appeals to the hardcore audience. It's an interesting problem to have, yeah. I wonder if there are any other like video game franchises or media franchises that also do that. I guess maybe League of Legends, MOBAs in general, kind of sell experience that the majority of players will never have when they're playing casually. Sense that like most players aren't doing settled level account challenges. Yeah, kind of the enduring thesis, one of the enduring theses of discussing Forza over the last 24 hours has been a playtime. Has been the idea that like the forces seeking to make a profit cause problems for all art, but they've especially made racing games bad. more so even than other genres, it seems like, because you need to have gigantic resources to even make a game that has these sorts of robust physics engines, right? An indie dev trying to just create this from scratch is a really tall fucking order just to recreate it without any new ideas on top of it, right? And so for like virtually everyone involved, making money is higher on the list than making good art. You don't really have the auteur artist who's like, you know, made a deal with the devil in the form of the publisher to fund the art that he wants to make. This art got made at some time in the past and it made a lot of money, and now a bunch of corporations are trying to recreate that over and over without like substantively changing it or making it better or taking really any risks ever. There's not like a human vision that says, you know, I want to make a simulationist racing game, but I'm going to do this crazy risky thing. It's like overwhelmingly risk averse. People who don't play it at all might shit on even existing. People who dip their toe in always seem to feel positive, even though they lose interest after just scratching the surface. Right? Interested, like, what their income looks like from your average, like, non-whale player. Like, do players buy the game and then drop 20 bucks on some cars and then quit, right? Or are they mostly chasing a whale audience that's going to spend a shitload of money on their store?
Today, it's back to the Rhine Valley of Baden-Württemberg, Germany, for a race on the Hockenheim
I
ring.
think I could probably squeeze out one more. I think sports games in general, especially sports games that have to use like licensed leagues like FIFA and Madden, have been trapped in this cycle as well, where it's like there's literally only one developer who's allowed to make the games, right? And people are going to buy them almost independent of quality. There's not really an opportunity for someone to have this amazing, like, iconoclastic American football game idea. It's just not going to happen. I guess you can, it's easier to make an indie football. You can make like Mutant League Football or Blood Bowl or whatever, right? Like, the barrier to entry to make like a Madden 95 clone is much lower than the barrier to entry to recreate even the simplest simulationist racer. But car packs, but they're finite. Rude. Just out of curiosity, because it's like a relevant comparison, has there been any indie attempt to make like a sleeved Dick Deichel fake roster, like Madden clone? I don't know how much the specific roster is a draw for those games. Really interesting. Was this before they announced that they were actually going to make a new one? Oh, 6 years ago, jeez. tracks. Right. Because at the time EA was just sitting on it, doing nothing with it. Is it EA that has been holding the college football license? I see. It's too bad. Undo that. That was pretty terrible. Yeah, the reason I map them onto sports games is that they have similar problems with needing to have a foot in reality, or in some cases, like, the torso in reality, right? Like, the commitment to having to have real cars feels much more important to these games than the need to have a specific roster in a football game, right? But the needing to have a specific roster in a football game definitely drives what kinds of football games people want to play. Making games is hard, sure. The bot is down until Saturday when I rebuild my computer, Visha, sorry. Just the one bot. Happens to be running on my stream PC all the time. Whoops. Driving through the sand again, are we, Mr. Rossi? The thing you do now, huh? Yeah, I've definitely gotten through cultural osmosis. Oh my god, it's a 2-heat race. Fuck. I should have seen. Ah. Uh. Do it again. I gathered from cultural osmosis that most sports games fans are kind of unhappy with the direction of sports games for like the last 10 years or so. Look at that with football games, basketball. I guess maybe baseball's in an okay place. There's a lot of like weird baseball games. Baseball games are allowed to be weird, it seems like. Yeah. There's like a baseball game that's about being a manager. I guess the soccer has that too, right? It's like a football manager game. I know the FIFA games are pretty reviled. And I've heard the WWE games are definitely kind of sucking, which is a bummer because there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with a pro wrestling video game, right? It's already kind of like a real life video game in a lot of ways. Yeah, what's the pitch for the show? I've heard that before. I still love that Persona baseball game we played on stream, MLB Power Pros, where this Japanese developer inexplicably got the license to make a like slice of life high school sim game about the MLB. How is this real? Oh, it's like a mainline. Okay, I didn't know if it had like a special focus or something. Unfortunately, I think the majority of my overtakes are through penalty cheese. Yeah, I wonder if baseball is in a good place because Japanese developers are allowed to make games. I don't think Japanese developers are better than Western developers by any stretch, but this Gran Turismo dodges a lot of the issues with Forza, question mark. It has its own brand of problems. I see. I wouldn't expect there to be no problems. I just expect there to be very different problems. First of all, how dare you? Okay. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'll be down to check that out. Actually do like a historical league. Have they done that before? Okay. That's really cool.
Now it's time for another attempt at racing your way through the demanding Sebring International Raceway.
Not really, though. Future Marstead, you're playing this tomorrow. Good luck.